Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today, chat? Looks like our volume might be a bit loud here, so let's turn that down a smidge. There we go. How y'all doing? I hope you are all ready, cause chat, you know it's a good day for streams when I have notes. I actually properly sat down and made notes for today. So, my coherent thought is going to be extra coherent. Maybe. I don't want to overpromise things here, but my coherent thought at least is written down in some sort of form. See. I'm so excited, y'all. Also, once again, this stream is brought to you with apologies to my German and Czech viewers. You will understand why. But I hope everyone's doing well. There's no ice cream left in my coffee. Boo. I wrote down my coherent thought for the day, Wolfie. We'll get to it later, but I have 2 whole pages of notes on my coherent thought for the day. Because I had time at work, so I planned out the What Year Is It video, and I planned today's coherent thought, I planned a spicy take for Elden Ring, and I wrote a conference paper. I know. But yes, my coffee had ice cream in it. It now has foam that is related to, that was once related to ice cream in it. Oh well. Let's get stuck right in, because I want to see how far we can push, because ideally I want to try and finish this game before I leave for the summer. Wolfie, it's 25 degrees here. It's perfect ice cream weather. I don't know what it's like in the Netherlands, but it's 25 Celsius here on the east coast of the US today. So, actually perfect. Anyway, let's get stuck in, because we've got... anything under 35 is too cold for ice cream? Chat, let's roast Wolfie for that take, because, oh my lord. That sure is a take. Like, you gotta redeem some channel points for that level of spiciness. Good lord. Anyway, moving on from that wild take, introduction and then we'll get stuck in, because we have a lot to get through, and I wanted to see how far we can get. So, hello everyone, welcome to Little History. As always, I'm Adam, and today, as every week, we're back with the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. We're going to be continuing Case 3 today, and entering our first trial segment to see if the potential of extremely high voltage instantaneous kinesis is possible. Spoilers, it is not possible. I think we could have figured that one out without it being explained to us, but you know, it turns out we can't teleport people by electrocuting them. So we'll try and figure out what actually happened in today's episode. As always, if you miss any of the stream, it will be archived on Twitch for 2 weeks and YouTube after that. I'm almost caught up on uploads for YouTube. And then, if you are watching the VOD, hello, we appreciate you. But if you want to come join us live, we stream a variety of games 3 times a week, covering a wide variety of historical time periods and historical ideas, and exploring the intersection of history and video games in all of its glory and complexity. So, today we're going to be talking a bunch of steampunk, a bunch more about World Fairs, a bunch more about the absurd science of this case. But let's get stuck in, because it's going to be a good time. And if you really like this, do make sure you follow, subscribe, etc. It does help a lot. It's the biggest thing that lets me keep doing this. lets me keep this project going, so the support is never demanded but always appreciated. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Harebrayned. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. I mean, you can make certain small objects disappear with electricity by incinerating them. An intriguing prospect, I guess. We'll see if we can figure out the putting the object back together again after the incineration. That's the tricky part, right? Making something dissolve with electricity, not that hard. Putting something back together after you've dissolved it, that's the tricky part. Well, this is Britain's highest court. Were you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public! Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runa, leaving me at her with Hurley. Took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it you? Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am here. Sherlock Sholmes? I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Oh yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction of the adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful. Yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Oh, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. Lonely Spaceport, I assure you it shall happen. The man is dumb, but we love him anyway. As such, I intend to give him my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. Well, the universe is intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? Oh, Ailey, the case is that there was an explosion at the World's Fair, which has now opened, and this man, Albert Harebrayned, extremely high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, i.e. electrocute someone to teleport them, caused the death of the extremely unsuspiciously named odious man. Sorry, odious man. We are now defending him to try and prove, first and foremost, that this was an accident, and second off, what actually happened. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrayned. Why, thank you! Before we depart, Mr. Norho, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the Professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the Professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Buddybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact, succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Ellie! Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Oh, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defender. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. You'd say electrocuting someone with high voltage would go where someone died? I mean, yes. Broadly speaking, yes, I agree, Ailey. But here we are anyway. He died, via... Well, we'll find out. We'll find out very shortly. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Blah 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 blah. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrayned. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I mean, honestly, it should be our job to explain what happened scientifically, as it's mostly inconsequential to whether it was an accident or not. You would think. You would think. But here we are anyway. 6 months out of practice. And what's more, without Susato-san today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. O.D. Arsman. Ailey, our vampire, prosecutor, Barak Van Zieks. Remember last stream, we visited his office, and were jump scared by bats, and asked him very stupid questions repeatedly. It was good fun. It was extremely fun. Mr. Assman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Kosek. Crazy thought? What if the missing wax figure was used as a body double? See, now you are thinking with Ace Attorney logic. The absolute, completely absurd, inane, and otherwise bizarre leaps of logic that would lead to that are exactly in line with Ace Attorney. And yeah, my friend, it is good to see you. It was only a month ago that a man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Assman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Assman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrayned. Very well. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. No, we have to listen to both sides of the fence and it's a long run. That's it, ain't it? Or like this, I wasn't like this at all. That's... The police killer Ottomal lookalike. Again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Isn't she too young to be jury? Well, yeah. Hey, we don't actually know anyone in the jury. I know, right? Isn't it shocking that we found 5.5 whole new characters? In this game? I mean, we haven't even seen Velok Bolshevik in, like, months. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement please, Lord Van Zieks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it? That vampire is a dramatic one. Look, Baroque Van Zieks has 3 states, and it is extra, more extra, and boot on the table. So, yes, he is extremely extra. The drama, the sheer quantity of drama that oozes from Baroque Van Zieks at all moments of the day is a joy to behold. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. Magistressa, yo! Good lord. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Agolias, he usually starts off with a cape, and then he throws it off in an extremely dramatic manner partway through. It depends on the case as to how long it takes us to throw off the cape. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking! Yeah. The whole idea is absurd. My brothers would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word of the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. This dude, he looks like a chemist, his expertise isn't exactly relevant. Since when does that stop anyone? This is the Royal Society in the era of Around the World in 80 Days. What could be more up their alley than quote-unquote experts with minimal subject expertise in the relevant thing, randomly approving or denying things? Come on. Come on! Oh, so the prosecution gets to base his argument on the fact that the teleporter worked, but if I say the actor guy is freezing tea and hollowed out soap to calm the gas company, I'm called ludicrous and blamed for Van Zeek's throwing a hissy fit into Chalice. Obviously. This is in fact still the time of the omnidisciplinary scientist. Right, the Royal Academy of Science in this period is deemed as a catch-all for pretty much all major scientific developments in all fields in the UK. And relevantly to this, the topic of this stream, sort of, Conan Doyle actually wrote a book, I believe it's called Lost World, something of the sort. Anyway, you know, fictional highland plateau in South America where dinosaurs still live. That starts off with the heroes of the story getting extremely upset at the Royal Academy of Sciences for thinking their discovery of this highland plateau was absurd, and having a big argument in front of the Royal Academy about it. So, you know, just a thing. Hey, they covered that movie in Mystic. It's been a few years since I've read it, but, you know, this is the era in which the Royal Academy of Science has borderline stranglehold of all scientific disciplines, and so calling in a random fellow would be, you know, entirely reasonable to me. Also, that book kinda slaps. That book kinda slaps. And they're all gentlemen, which results in science being treated as a genteel hobby that you hire other people to do the grubby and physical parts of. Exactly! And we'll see that a little bit later, because did Albert Harebrayned actually build his mad engineering experiment? No. No, he did not. Who did build it? We'll find out. But be assured it is someone of, equal potential but far lower social class. He hired an Igor. What? What rot? Hola? The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Assman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Van Zieks, come on! Remember, Magistressa, he is throwing for content. It is extremely important to remember that Van Zieks is throwing for content as per the end of last stream, where he met with his good friend Albert Harebrayned and assured him that he trusted no one else to handle the prosecution for this trial. Stop humoring your cotton candy-haired ex-boyfriend. Teleportation isn't real. True. True. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. There we go. Look at this man. This man is that extra. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrayned, scientist. You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Do you guys think he walks over to pick up the cape after the trial ends? No. He gets his brand new assistant to time travel and do it for him. Obviously. I mean, what else is this mysterious assistant supposed to be doing? He doesn't talk. He doesn't show his face ever. He doesn't seem to do anything. He just sits there, perfectly silently. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. The assistant is there to work on the scale models, duh. No. Magistressa, the thing is, we know Van Zieks is extremely into that scale model. Come on. Right, Van Zieks absolutely painted those figures himself. Is the assistant in eye candy? Well, he's wearing a mask. He's wearing a Venetian mask, so... No, don't know. They're working it together. They do say that later, that they're working it together. But we know Van Zieks. Right, Van Zieks would be extremely into painting those minifigs. What you demonstrated was incredible, right? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it? The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim ran straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. As the court said, the victim of the incident was Mr. O.D. Assman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. It was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So, to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine. My poor, splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How could it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? Well, sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple, and it would say that with complete certainty. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a miscalculation of the angle of beam protection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No! That couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from when it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large, round window. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. Now, don't consider the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Well, I suppose we should probably, look. I looked at him in person, though. I saw a whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on stage with Mr. Ashman was that disgraceful excuse for our scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. I suppose we had better look at this. There is clearly a stab wound. There's clearly these, and... How do these glasses stay on your nose? Sir, I must ask. How do these glasses actually stay on your nose? Because those aren't pince nez. But... Anyway. Time of death around 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage of the wound. Additional observations. Alright, cause of death is chest wound. Oh, also, We should probably take a look at this, shouldn't we? We picked this up the other day. I.e. yesterday. Oh wow, no. Nothing to examine on this. Nothing at all to examine on this. Sure. Nothing at all to examine here, I'm sure. Crossbow? 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 It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sean's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. No, maybe not. Crossbow? Crossbow? Wow. We have so many options. Well, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. We picked it up yesterday. It was hiding behind a bush, next to the Crystal Tower.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which hides something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Yeah. After the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself? Personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated even I can make a mistake. Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature, considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how that could have happened. Obviously, then you'll have to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asnan was wearing at the time, I suppose? Ah. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there are 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? Too right. Obviously at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't keep buying there every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Yes! The Infinite Cone is canon! Chat, we have received confirmation that the Infinicone of Fish and Chips is canon. Exactly this, dude. This calls for a celebration. And fish and chips. I think it calls for fish and chips. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It'll be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. Well, we have a marginalia moment to celebrate the Infinicone. Chat, present the marginalia. Present them. Fill the screen with as many chips as the Infinicone. We love them. And chat, if you are new to the channel, lurking or otherwise, do know that all emotes on this channel are actual manuscript art from actual places, mostly from the Middle Ages, but a few from other time periods from all around the world. So they are the highest meme potential emotes that the actual artists from actual marginalia could offer you. We are proud of them. There we go. This has been your Infinicone of marginalia. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, isn't that? There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew. Of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Chat, raise your hand if you know someone like this. Andrew is my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shake. That isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. Know someone? I am someone. Indeed. Welcome to science. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Andrew, no! Andrew has a mind of its own. His own. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. This is blood, Mr. Asman's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Alright. So. Great. The defense moves that Andrew be classified as a witness, not evidence. Indeed.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only two people on that public experimentation stage, in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. O.D. Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrayned. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
Great Scott!
In other words, only someone else on the stage with the victim could possibly have done it.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Professor Harebrayned, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor! Ah! Sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say? About Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but There's no way I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman as you say. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this contact policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I plunged only the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Yeah. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. No, true, I didn't see anything about that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. It's actually a good point. Not that good of a point because knife go in. It stops the blood. It's when you pull the knife out that you get the swimming pool of blood. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I say ever drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends a-deucing. But yes, there still would be some blood, and if there are no bloodstains on Professor Harebrayned's jacket, or hands, or, you know, anything, that is fairly suspicious. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Varrock, but I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. Lonely Space Orb, he drinks no more than 7 bottles of wine during a single trial. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have a particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. No, I prefer to think of 7 bottles, given that he has yeeted at least 3 in the course of a single trial before. Is the vampire a French? Technically he's English. But we're just going to assume he's continental with that sort of drinking habit. He's clearly not from beer Europe. And clearly from wine Europe. And he imports Venetian crystal for his chalices, which he throws around. That's true, that's true. We could be simply so bad at our jobs that he is coerced into yeeting the bottle before he's even had a chance to save for a drop of it. See, this is the deep lore that we need. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. No. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Objection!
No. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there's no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. Still not a patch on Go's first cup of coffee, probably because the game had so much more limited animation than this one. True. He custom orders the bottles, and also he bottles them himself. He's got kegs. He's got entire butts of wine on the wall of his office. He bottles it himself. He custom orders the bottles, and then custom orders the wine. And custom orders the chalices. And then we are simply so bad at our jobs with our inane points that he shatters them all, ruining the finest artisanal work in Europe. You all don't understand how extra Van Zieks is. You are still underestimating the man. He is high nobility. Ailey, he is extremely high aristocracy. Hey, that's not an us. We're just usually correct. The world's just insane. You know that's valid. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the Defense Council to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine. No, this dude. It is ordinarily our right to investigate, but this time, due to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act, a totally real act, don't worry about it, nobody except the newly established forensics team is allowed to investigate any scientific equipment related to the Great Exposition, as long as the experiment is judged to have scientific merit. So, even Gregson wasn't allowed to investigate. Then it shouldn't have been still on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Assman, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest.
Order?
How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't.
It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well.
You.
This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in this argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zieks is stumped. Hey! Don't...
Do you have something to say, Witness?
Yes! I do it! It bears out! The equations hold! Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Albert? Albert. Before you go any further, may I assert my right as your defense lawyer to tell you to shut the fuck up? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? You? It would seem your illusions have been shattered. But clearly we should hear the accused's explanation. Van Zieks? Don't you join the jury in committing crimes against puns? Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Look, Blues, I acknowledge that I am trash. I hold Van Zieks to a higher standard. He is an educated man. Of high birth and noble disposition. Vampires do not speak in puns. Vampires maybe speak in puns.
Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provided with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Nice classical reference. I'm not sure why there's a classical reference. I'm not sure why there's a classical reference, but I don't know. I don't know. Victorian neoclassicisms are weird. The issue is that my first thought when they say Apollo is the Apollo Belvedere, which is a statue probably from the 1st century that is stupid popular in the Victorian period, and is held up as the height of Greek sculpture, and more importantly, as the height of civilization itself. Therefore, there's a bunch of race science underpinning this. So much as a fake scientific theory based on bullshit eugenicist beliefs can be underpinning anything. But right. One could see that as an underpinning of, in the name of the highest height of civilization, I would. But I think a simpler explanation, now that I'm thinking on it, is that Apollo is oracular. Right? Apollo is an oracle. Therefore, theoretically, sort of kind of the god of the truth. Don't know. Alternatively, Albert Harebrayned is just doing random stuff. I don't know. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis is that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence why the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. Correct, Blues. Why did his glasses teleport? And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrayned could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you with this.
Professor Harebrayned. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Japanese friend. I don't even have to cross-examine it. Y'all, Chat, you are absolutely on top of it today. Let's take a look at our, you know, image of the deceased. What do you think? Is that metal? Is that metal? Is that metal?
Objection!
Professor Harebrayned, you said that according to your hypothesis. Admittedly, this could also be explained, by the way. Chat. Just say ferrous metals cannot be teleported. The cage is wood. The cage is in fact actually wooden. It didn't look like it in the photograph, but it is. Right, you could even get around this by saying ferrous metals cannot be teleported. But since they said all metal, we got him! Nothing made of metal can be beaten by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right, spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Assman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! That can't... metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. Who just arrived? Who has the brain cell right now? Arave, I regret to inform you that Ryunosuke has the brain cell. It is a tragic, depressing day that Ryunosuke Naruhodo is undisputably in possession of the brain cell. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah, my hypothesis! My hypothesis! Clearly Albert Harebrayned is not in possession of the brain cell. Which is probably for the best. Honestly, I don't know, I'm scared to see what the man could accomplish with a brain cell. Professor Harebrayned, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Hola! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. Aren't we supposed to have the brain cell? Yeah, Ailey. The problem is that Susato is the caretaker of the brain cell. Right, you know it's... the big issue here is that, right, there are three people who might have the brain cell at any given moment. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Susato Mikotoba, and Herlock Sholmes. And if Ryunosuke has the brain cell, that means Susato and Herlock don't. And this is a problem. It happens to be good for us right now because it lets us, you know, survive the trial. No, Iris has a brain cell almost exclusively to her own. Because she... Right, Iris falls into the archetype of a bizarrely competent small child that Ace Attorney loves rather too much. Cough Pearlfey, cough Trucy. And so she gets her own dedicated brain cell. The rest of us have to split one.
If I could say something here, my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot admit. And that's a project what chose to be a fellow man of science.
What? Wait! Great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's something to prove, hasn't it, in front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you this man is a heel, a bum, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that nasty act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Oh yes, that absolutely means chaos is happening where the other two are, which means poor Madame Tuspel. And also about... I think... we wait and see. Because we know it's a fraud. Right? We know this cannot be happening. But... like, this is a scientific impossibility. It cannot have happened. And to that end... maybe I should watch and wait for the time being.
My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination.
But what about this special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much.
If you discover that machine yourself with a murder weapon, I think you'll find that act won't apply. Of course it was a murder weapon. Anyone can see that, plain as day. We're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped.
If I don't do something though... okay. Professor Harebrayned has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so... what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money.
The government was foolish enough to deem the most ridiculous notion possible. And its conspirators would receive a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
Your order of magnitude out, madame. £500 a year.
Wow, you can live handsome on that much for years!
Well, society knows the increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists are arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake.
Oh, so nothing has changed then?
But there's plenty more than enough for murder, I assure you.
No, I haven't deceived anyone. Please follow the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Barak! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barak. Where is this headed? I have no idea. My lord, if I may.
Yes, Lord Renzeeks?
The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand.
New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement?
They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses?
Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Don't... Yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
As you wish, my lord. Alia, the scientist is the former university friend of the vampire. This being the Ace Attorney fandom, they are of course shipped. Don't worry. Every pair imaginable is shipped, though. We have yet to meet the, I think we have yet to beat the Polly Ryunosuke dating both Kazuma and Suzato, who were both very much chill with it because they're basically siblings.
In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Oh, sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you proved that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. All you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Ah, but if I just run through some equations. Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no! You're right, you're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, Chad, at least he admits it? Oh, he would seriously rather be right. Oh, absolutely, he would rather be right. Also, by the way, just a quiet thing. I love his pink waistcoat and stripedy tie. Just a quiet thing while we're talking about things we consistently appreciate in this game. The dumb stripy tie and unbelievably clashing pink waistcoat. Mwah. Well, that might be a little over the top. Now, stop coddling him, Ryunosuke. And while we're on the subject, well, what about Baroque? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Glad that's cleared up. Oh jeez, Wolfie, thank you for the 10 Tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Hooray for the brain cell. Hooray for the brain cell. We appreciate it. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with a firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand.
Counsel, the fair. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please.
Congrats, Wolfie, for the pay raise. I appreciate, well done. Round of applause. I appreciate you using that pay raise to fund my habit. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation such as what was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. So, really, what should I be trying to prove here? The truth. You should be trying to prove the truth.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Rezzix, I believe those death witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did, and as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Oh no! Chat. Given who the police detective is, I'm not sure highly reliable is the framework we should be using here. Honestly, Rezzix looks kinda like a Fire Emblem character. You're absolutely right, Arif. He's a palette-swapped Seth. Which we love to see. Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound, and consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed the act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused, not Hosanara. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Gina Lestrade is our detective. Our expert detective witness is Gina Lestrade. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Luna. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Esperimento stage. Apologies to all of my German and Czech friends. My name is Wilhelm Grossrich Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Yes. Look, the script does not give me room to do a different accent. I'm sorry. You're right, it should have been Stein, shouldn't it? Ormstein? Inspector G. Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of the balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. Y'all luckily are not subscribing for my voice acting skills. Praise the Lord you all are not subscribing for my voice acting skills, because, oh boy. Oh boy. Ormstein? Yeah, I hate that EI is eyeing that. Hate that. Anyway, the more important thing is that I am not entirely certain why he is coming from Bohemia. Given that at this time period, at the very end of the 19th century, the title of the King of Bohemia was held by the Austro-Hungarian Emperor. So he should actually be coming from Vienna, not Prague. Also, that is the most stereotypical mid-German accent. Not like the localization is what I would call TV German, not Austrian, and certainly not Czech. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet. About 18 meters then. Gina is adorable. I love her. Thank you for your introductions. Now you'll give your formal testimony for the court. Can you describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage? We're happy for Gina that Gina's happy. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Wait a minute, Balthazar has a Bunsen burner going on in his hat. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. There's a huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower. Oh, you get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing into the tower. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the end nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be precise. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but it didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. God, this localization is so... Ow. I'm sorry. I still had lots of money. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Then I'll remove my mask, because this is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. Oh yes, he is the son of the King of Bohemia from a scandal in Bohemia. Which is to say, he is the son of the Austro-Hungarian Emperor. Because the title of the King of Bohemia stops existing as an independent title when the Holy Roman Empire dissolves. And Bohemia gets incorporated into the Austro-Hungarian Emperor, and the title of King of Bohemia becomes a secondary title to the Austro-Hungarian Emperor. And I mean, I've been thinking about this a bit, and trying to figure out why on earth Conan Doyle said it was the King of Bohemia in a scandal in Bohemia, instead of the other title for the same person. And the only reason I can actually think of is that he didn't want to cause an actual scandal with his fake scandal. And by using a secondary title, pretends that it's someone else instead of, you know, real royalty who has real positions and would probably be incensed to be accused of, you know, a scandal in Bohemia. Also, we have a petition in chat to adopt the child. As long as we can adopt Gina too, I'm cool with it. Alternatively, it might be that Conan Doyle was an idiot. As usual. Also a possibility. Yeah, but Bavaria doesn't have a king, this dude. Bohemia definitely does sound better. I'll give you that too. Bohemia does have a ring to it. But right, Bavaria has a duke. Not a king. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Yes, Bavaria would have been part of the newly formed Germany. Under, I think it was part of the Prussian state. Well, no, it's weird, right? It's not exactly clear. I feel like it was part of Austria-Hungary until Prussia like gobbled it up and then turned into Germany. I feel like that happened, but that's 19th century political history, and I ain't about that life, so we're gonna leave it at that. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense is cross-examination. Cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimental stage at the time, I understand? Si, all 3 of them. Bellamy si bambini. They're very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £30 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I go up there for free, I did. I work for Her Majesty's Police Card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. Everyone except for Naruhodo has all the luck. That's fair, but Naruhodo currently has the brain cell, and so it balances itself out. Also, Chad is very helpfully pointing out that given, you know, the chronology of IRL history, we have a little bit of a what year is it going on with our young boy, our tiny infant, in that the youngest son of the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Josef and his wife Empress Sisi, the Duchess of Bavaria, was born in 1858. Also has a different name. But yes. Also, got the pun. Balthazar Luna is Baluna. I'm pretty sure the game does confirm that it's his son. I'm reasonably sure it confirms that it's his son. I don't remember it for sure though. We may be able to fudge some things, but we'll keep an eye out for that. Maybe let's keep an eye out for that. See if anything can be identified. Yeah, it is confirmed it's his son. That's what I thought. I was really sure it was confirmed that I was the King of Bohemia's son. The other impresarios, they hate me.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we can hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident?
Right, I am thinking there, my lord. We're going to press everything, even though I'm pretty sure I know what I need to do. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyers and mugs game. You joined the force and we can go flying together. You've known me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything because we're up above it all. That dodgy kid climbing into the cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened! There was just this massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ears. And there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Rossig Sigismund Ornstein. Just the full names that... The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Genie Lestrand's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrand. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. No? Yeah, there was a second explosion that was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I say in it, when there was nothing there next to the massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. And all Bohemians brought up to be so full of... Hey, wait, this is an insult against the Czechs. Hey, wait, this is an insult against the Czechs. They are extremely funny people. A lion rampant on a red field. Isn't that just... Let's check. It's like a super scuffed version. Oh, It's a scuffed version of the Kingdom of Bohemia. It's an extremely scuffed version of the heraldry of the Kingdom of Bohemia in this period. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now, admittedly, the whole imperial heraldry is incredibly garbage because they took the strategy of, instead of creating an overall heraldic device for the empire, they put the individual kingdom and duchy heraldries together on the same shield in teeny tiny squares and made that the shield with then 2 giant eagles around it. Because why would they do something that looks aesthetically pleasing when they could be unbelievably garish? But yes, it is actually the heraldic shield of the Kingdom of Bohemia in the right colors. Another case of being weirdly high effort. Like, unnecessarily high effort historicity coming out of Great Ace Attorney Resolve. A green balloon flying in the sky. Green balloon? Ah, what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You can't say it is a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Like, say, a green balloon? I mean, that's not a contradiction, that's a true statement. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Presumably... Czech? Presumably... Contrary to all evidence in the game, which strongly suggests that it is German. Though... I mean, there's like 4 balloons. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the thing, right? This is in the weird. This is the weird time where there is a lot of German in Czechia, but it's also shortly after the end of the project to actually exterminate the Czech language. So I could see it breaking either way. Because Czech is, like, weirdly durable as an elite language, despite a Czech, like, an independent Czech state not existing for hundreds of years. It continues to be weirdly durable into, like, the mid-1600s, where there starts to be a project of trying to get rid of Czech, and you see a lot of German. And so this is probably a period where it's mostly German in elite contexts, and then after the establishment of the Republic of Czechoslovakia, Czech immediately springs back into the national context. It's wild. Right, I've seen a charter from about 1700. I want to say it was like Holy Roman Emperor Charles VI or something? But it was written in German and Czech. It's great. And hello, Dildrum. We are talking about the definitely bohemian German-speaking 10-year-old. But also, if we do assume it is Czech, I must respectfully dispute it on the grounds that the letter R exists. And I mispronounced it, despite having been trying to figure out how to pronounce it for, I kid you not, 3.5 years. Arha Czech still exists to plague my dreams. And on those grounds, I must respectfully dispute the claim that it is in fact an obviously and indisputably superior language. My ex would be very mad at me about that. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode, for the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai. I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Here you are, your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Luna? No, I didn't see the explosion myself. However... Alright, we don't have evidence against all of those. The question is, presented here? Or presented here? We have the people, or we have the oomph for it. This is the one that actually contradicts. So let's present here.
Objection!
This is the one that actually contradicts. The other testimony supports us. Mr. Luna, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. They've been caught in the explosion, so it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope? Pardon, that's the large round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. It's made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Yeah? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Luna, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! We popped his balloons! Every balloon just fell down that day when the man say so. Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 pounds for the experiment. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Luna? You are suggesting that I am a liar. The person died in an incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Luna. The victim was the sole fatality that day. Van Zieks, when did you decide you were going to pun all over the place? This is twice in one court day. This is the most puns per minute that Van Zeeks has had in his life. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Luna is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Hey! But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord! The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Luna.
I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel.
The judge in this game is incredibly based and shares the brain cell. I love it.
Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating on at the exhibition.
Ah, grazie, my lord. These puns are his idea of making it easy to get his friend off. See, this is the way. As I said, Balthazar Luna is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in the explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a corpse was found at the scene, can you? The corpus of the yacht wreck was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente, if you even saw a balloon in the first place. I don't like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all out war. What happened to all out war? Mr. Luna certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor! I might not have given 100 lentils on what was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. Oh, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. He thinks like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that's true, but the boss said he'd have to go himself in that case. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Luna, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? This is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and the balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is funciona. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, but I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm completely sure. By the way, shouts to Balluna for Balthazar here for having hydrogen balloons, except for his hat, which is a hot air balloon. But you still said that's what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Luna had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, none, just picking stuff up the ground, me. Oh, it worked out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Well, yeah, the boss was always on his knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cave went crashing into the crystal tower, did it? So that's when most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. But listen to you, you stumbled across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talking some scotch on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, so the girls were watching the film were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police should have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can inspect repercussions. Why are we swiping all those fish and chips, eh? No, not the Infinican. Gina! You can't handle that sort of power. The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. A scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. And it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that green balloon did explode above the stage. You could therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente, as the Signora says, it's not from one of my balloons. I think this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
It's Master Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. God, freaking Southern German pronunciation. Master Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Me too, Ryunosuke. Me too. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you don't have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. Alright, Ailey. Have a good night, my friend. What? I'd not been up in Berlin for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the odd eel seller, the balloon. Yes! Eels! We got eel evidence! The instantaneous kinesics experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Da 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 da. That is absolutely a reference, Wolfie. I think you're absolutely right that is a Zelda reference. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. I thought I really did see a green balloon. We haven't invented color photography, Chad. We haven't invented color photography yet. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. There! And yes, they use a umlaut for him crying. Wah! Wah! That is one very bohemian sounding cry. No, it's not. It's German sounding. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you'll have plenty of wonderful CPU memories to take out with you. Really, das klingt doch aber sehr deutsch, ja. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. Well, it was the shot of release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. I know the room. Cheska, yeah. Oh, I don't remember enough check to even do that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Seriously, they cannot decide on the color photo thing or not? Exactly. I mean, mind you, sure so. This is definitely in a period where there are both, right? Color photography has historically, technically been invented. It's not good, it's not common, but it has technically been invented. It's just, right, something like this, which is presumably a sepia, I guess it's a sepia tinted platinum? Right, yeah, it's got a sepia tint in the emulsion layer, so, which would be weird to use platinum with because that's a pure grayscale. Probably it's a silver with a sepia tone in it. And it's just that this camera does not have color photographic capabilities because it's using a silver-based film with no color emulsions. But yeah, right, the police presumably have state-of-the-art equipment, as does Sherlock Holmes, and between the two of them that gives us color photographs for other things. Wouldn't colors appear in different shades in black and white photos? They would, but similar enough that it can often be difficult to tell which color is meant for which. That's why recolorization of photographs is a whole art. It is a bit weird because, yeah, I mean, you're right, it is extremely expensive per plate. But right, like Magistrissa, I think that's actually a deliberate choice. Right, remember, way back at the very beginning, Game 1, Case 1, I'm pretty sure the photograph is in black or the photograph is sepia toned. Right, so the Japanese police system does not have the finances to afford this. So the fact that Scotland Yard can do it is a sign of just how absurdly wealthy, and advanced Great Britain is within the layers of the game. Regardless of historical plausibility, it is, right, stacking that just a bit for, another really quiet bit of technologically reinforcing the supposed advancement of the British Empire at this period. Which is great, we love that, right? Again, stupidly high effort. Obviously, I think in this exact exclusive particular case, it is to create a puzzle for the player to solve, because every contradiction is a puzzle for the player to solve. But in the broader scope, it makes a nice thematic contrast. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. Could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. Uh-huh. 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 Great. Chat, do you see a zigzag? Chat, do you see any zigzags here? I see no zigzags. I see a few things of relevance. This looks like a solid color. This looks like there's a nobody inside. And what's this? And what's this?
Objection!
Really? Sheesh. Okay, fine. Fine.
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Mastergots took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If the balloon's not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
Objection. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. Managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Luna's patch without him realizing. See, the competizione, trying to steal my profits. You don't know this because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Ostman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so then scratch that felt around after and left some scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was basically the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Relevance does elude me, I must say. No judge. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up and not in our favor.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph of Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for the definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yes, that's right, yeah, it was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
You object to that magician's terrifying face. Valid. Understandable. No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Does that mean we can finally examine this stupid thing? And identify that it is in fact a crossbow that springs open? Oh, there's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Crossbow! Great, we now know that the crossbow is crossbow-shaped. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right, it's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with a bowstring 2 times out of 3. Mood! Look, chat, I sympathize with Ryunosuke here. I sympathize with Ryunosuke. Because I have, no joke, while at the summer camp, knocked my glasses off my face and flung them 15 feet forward with a bow shot. Because I overdrew just a little bit and clipped the rim of my glasses and they just went yeet. I stopped overdrawing the bow after I did that a couple of times. But yes, it is instead a very steampunk crossbow. Thank you. I still hit the target. Admittedly, I was at practically point-blank range, but you know, it would be very hard to miss the target. But I did hit it, just not by a lot. Did I hit the target with the glasses? I did not hit the target with the glasses. I came close. They were only about 5 feet away from the target when I found them eventually. But chat. My vision when I'm not wearing the glasses is about... there? That's my clear vision range. I can't see you right now, chat. You have turned invisible. You are now blobs of vaguely colored something or others. So, you know, finding the glasses took a bit of doing. Oh, extremely nearsighted. If I was any more nearsighted, I'd be probably legally blind. I'm not actually legally blind, because it's good enough, but it's not good enough by much. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have been in Cosmo and Kyoto archery training. Blues, I usually miss the target because I'm using a bow too light for me, so the arrows just kind of whiff off into the distance. Right, they just kind of wiggle off in whatever direction they feel like, because I have no oomph behind it. Once it turns out if you use the correct weighted bow with the correct weighted arrow, my accuracy like quadruples. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Yeah, right, that was when I was using, I think it was like a 22-pound draw weight bow with just standard arrows then. And I just couldn't hit a damn thing. When I switched up to a 35-pound bow, I hit so much better. Because the arrows actually traveled with energy, instead of just kind of flailing off in whatever direction they felt like. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. Well, yes, Ryunosuke, but the draw weight is very short. Or the draw length is very short. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ryunosuke. No. No. It's not all that much more accurate. Because the draw length is very short. The draw power is very strong, but the draw length is very short. A Yumi is significantly bigger, turns out. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that!
the patch of the alleged raincoat, which we now know is actually a balloon envelope, not a raincoat. That was from a Macintosh coat, the waterproofing is a rubber naphtha paste. Oh no. It's lucky that it got charged rather than burning up altogether. Luckily, it's just rubber. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there is a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh, golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow.
Man, I sure love wearing dangerously flammable. Yup.
Indeed, even to my aged eyes, it appeared to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
That's absurd! The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion, but a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? Chat, we forgot to submit our evidence list to the court. I'm very sorry, that was my bad.
If such evidence exists, Counselor, for goodness sakes, present it, man! Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
The crossbow! This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately?
Blimey, you're right, that streak of light in the photo just looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No! Hola! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
Indieman 64, hello! Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are, beating up on a vampire by using facts and logic. It's good fun. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge? Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, it's only shot a gun from the exhibition ground, so it caused a real panic. But with the big explosion on it, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong. This is 2. We are currently in Resolve. We already streamed all of Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and we are now getting into the meat of the complete nonsense that is Great Ace Attorney Resolved. I'm very happy about it. Compared to a pistol, Dildrum, compared to a black powder pistol, crossbows are virtually silent. But yes, they're not that silent.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Well, wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up to the sky after all? What? Would we be in smoke with powder? Ah. My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no way back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Oh? What did you discover? From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Yes. Good grief.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. Although we needed a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Assman. What? Who could imagine that the teleporter didn't work? I know! Imagine the fact that you cannot electrocute someone to teleport them! Shocking. I'm sure Chad is as stunned as I am. Capcom made a licensed game about law? Wild. I had no idea about that. That's incredible. Do you know if Shu Takumi was involved with it? Because if Shu Takumi is involved with it, then it's probably quite a bit like Ace Attorney. If he's not, then probably not, because the man has a very special mind about, the twisty plot. The twistiness of the plot. For the Wii and cheap. Let me know. If you investigate, let me know. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a bodyguard. Now, yes? Of course, so in fact, Mr. Assman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
Play Ghost Trick, everyone! That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside of it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas will very much depend on the mixture ratio. Journal number 4. Bronze balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body will suffer some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent that to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So, everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Goodness me. And if we accept that is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Assman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrayned is a suspect now. Unfortunately, Professor Harebrayned has different ideas. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut. Please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrayned? Albert Harebrayned, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. O.D. Assman. That was not a very good table slam. Let's try that again. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Defendant, explain the sudden confession. Professor Harebrayned, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis. I'm a precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick and an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. Now, it's Andrew as an... Remember, Albert is the professor, Andrew is the screwdriver. Don't name Andrew as an accomplice. Andrew is innocent of crime. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable you would do it, Professor. Baroque! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment that I can get to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow shells at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Japanese friend. Huh? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? The moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrayned, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on the stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I hold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend?
or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Mr. Naruhodo,
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's impossible. What? I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Ah! Can't we as defense lawyer contradict his explicit plea? I'm not a lawyer. You'll have to ask the lawyers for that. My instinct, though, is that given that we have, you know, power of attorney, that, we can, unless if we submit the actual plea paperwork, that the statement is just not that impactful. Right, you cannot just declare it. What else I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Suzuto-san! But what are you... Yeah! My first Suzuto takedown in 6 months! There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. But for now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. The brain cell! The brain cell has returned! Let's go! Professor Harebrayned. Yeah, yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asma. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! Yeah! 2 bottles down! 2 bottles in 1 court day! So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Ah, having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? But, Barak. Lord Van Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon! Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Ah, taller than me, and thinner than me, with straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help you to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right, Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of... Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber! Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Doesn't name any scientist wishes to hear the man's an abomination. None of name any conjurer wishes to hear either. What on earth is he? Read this is the first tale of his nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that man. An actual Sherlock Holmes character. What a time. What a time to be alive. A name that is not a pun, but a reference. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascals have to become research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard them resort to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
as both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's enough grammar for you.
The man murdered in A Study in Scarlet, the very, very first Sherlock Holmes case. Well, we now have a name. So, it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Alright, Blues. That's a shame, because we're about to hit the next investigation sequence, which is where my notes come in. So, but the VOD will be here. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that the machine will function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Assman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Aww. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Vinzix. My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is crucial. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone for you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Well, we've got a lot of work to do, don't we, Chad? Mr. Naruhito. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally, the machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Right, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I wasn't on it too well, Albert. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhito. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcards? What postcard? I hid it from you right now, so it'd be a surprise! Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I I was just so happy to see you again, but it's sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Pagro, greetings! And yes, thanks to Wolfie for that gift sub, and welcome to chat. I appreciate you stopping by, and hopefully you'll stick around, because we are about to talk about steampunk, given that we are wearing our steampunk alternate outfits, and we are about to investigate a steampunk crime scene, along with Iris Wilson, the most steampunk of all steampunk characters. And we're going to talk about it in light of this game, which is actually oddly very good at Victorian history. And I am excited. It is my coherent thought for the day. But first, we need to reintroduce ourselves to Best Girl Susato. Susie's train was late into the London Victoria this morning, you see, but we made the catchment really with the horse's hand so that she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad that you didn't. Oh, having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Alright, Dildrum. See you later then. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Makotova not protest? Let's have all the conversation when we're back at home, shall we? You know I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Chat, if you've played this case before, you know exactly when I'm going to break out the notes. And it is in fact when Herlock Sholmes hits new levels of Herlock Sholmes. I believe that's this investigation we should do that in. I'm like 80% sure that there's only 2 investigations in this. I should actually check that. Because if it's not till, if there's a 3rd investigation, I'm going to be upset. Because I'll have to do it earlier. Let's check that. It's important. It looks like I'm pretty sure there's only the 2. I'm pretty sure that there's only the 2. Anyway. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return. And I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Makotova. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So surprised to be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote it about my letter to you, but it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. We're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. No. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who. Well, Cosmo. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. That awful trial? Oh, yes, for the murder of Jezebel Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Bruno? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play being a lawyer now. I can wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. I suppose the real reason why Professor Makotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter has something to do with that convict's loot we found at Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dunk collar we found the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. Wear the mustache, Iris. Wear the mustache. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. What would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answers for myself, so that I for one won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries will attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Makotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. That's not a 10-year-old kid, that's just a very tiny man. But who's the other person he mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, not Mr. Naruhodo, last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed on to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes, and as I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that achieving exceptional results will get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Makotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about this very subject only yesterday, but I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Jezebel Brett, the one whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Jezebel Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. It turns out an English woman by the name of Jezebel Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. The front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery, but that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she has some business in our country that we don't yet understand. The full name... We'll say the full name is a different pun. Her full name is Asashin! Shin in Japanese means death, and also Asashin. It's not a subtle pun. Somehow you had figured as much. I hate to break it to you. I hate to inform us all that once again, Ace Attorney is not subtle. Not particularly subtle. Is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Now she's been killed, with all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Shin, who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett says something very strange. Last time we recessed to get the new witness, what have we missed? So you missed the most, bohemian, we'll say. Totally. Definitely not Austrian, definitely not German. Testimony from Wilhelm Garreich Sigismund Ornstein, the Prince of Bohemia. Definitely not Austria-Hungary. Nope. No one has ever heard that. Nope. And Gina Lestrade testifying together. Well, we definitively prove that teleportation is in fact, in the year 1890 ? Impossible. I know the truth. I know you're that well done. And that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made anything with it. He died on that steamship. And they'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Also, Susato is back. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladed at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. Oh no, Kozak. That happened all in the same recess. Oh, you left for a different recess? Then there wasn't a recess since then. The testimony with Sigismund was the only, or with Master Gotts, is the only recess that there was. We just barreled on ahead then. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. And Wolfie with a tier 1 gifted sub to Kozak. Thank you very much, my friend. Did Professor Makotaba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did, but he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we investigate. I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto! It's too much to bear! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Scholes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. So, if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Scholes had lied to us. There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Maybe they might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope. But I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what it might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all, so I probably shouldn't push it now. And to round out an even 250 gifted subs, Wolfie has given a gift sub to Stefan, saying, "Take the sub and run!" Hello, Iris. Now, for old time's sake. Thinking back, but Spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Miss Naruhodo, it's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. Some things never change. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Miss Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato-san's tea. It's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose it's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolatey part of my tea, they go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. God, I love that everyone is in love with everyone else. You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. Now, we have plenty of logs, it's not like I have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire is burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them mostly on so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Maestressa, as far as I'm concerned, she's 18. I mean, yes, she's just turned 17 in the canon, but meh. As far as I'm concerned, for American cultural mores, she's 18. Your room today should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not! Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. I'm so pleased to see that all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously I've been looking after them carefully. At first I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. I'm like part of the family now. I suppose they'll never know how close they were to meeting their maker. I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Susato, so it'll be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean, there isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Miss Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as what I left it. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear, I forgot how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. He definitely did the smile at her. Wolfie redeemed a spicy take. Alright. We're going to foreshadow my own coherent thought later, and I shall elaborate then. But my spicy take is that Iris is crucially important for the thematics of the game, especially in relationship to Enoch Trevor. The ice cold take is meanwhile that I love them all so much. Right, that obviously every couple is best couple. Right, this is the Ace Attorney fandom. We have room for every ship. Almost. Don't ship Iris with people, it's weird. Look, we haven't seen anyone actually shipping Iris with people because she's 10. But every ship of reasonably of-age characters is a wonderful ship, and we stand. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Pelly's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Jones forbade you from publishing it. Put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I, but for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Unless there's a fellow 10-year-old in I'm not super down with shipping little kids with you. No. Ship Iris with Master Gods. No, I don't like that. Because I just want to adopt Master Gods for being adorable. Being absolutely adorable. Now, I'm much more on board. Right, the closest we can get, and even this is pushing it, would be imagining a future ship of Iris and Gina. But even that's pushing it. We just adopt a lot of them, and they're all our siblings. Right, they're just siblings. And so they become our cousins in the wonderful polyfamily that is the rest of the cast. And you wouldn't tell me how you come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. The true answer, everyone in Ace Attorney that isn't shipped gets adopted. Exactly. Ah, the Bruce Wayne method of just adopt everybody. Exactly. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? The Maya, Pearl, Emma, Trucy, Apollo, Athena, Kay, and Sebastian method. Exactly. Zoe, if you can get a secretary desk, I highly recommend. They are excellent choices for little side table writing desks because they fold up all nice and neat. And also are stylish as hell. My one in South Dakota, my parents' house, is a nice secretary desk that actually has little supports that roll out, and it's small. Magnificent. Such a fan. Even though I never actually fold it up because my computer sits there. But, highly recommend. course I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Shizato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand?
Grabby hands. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out.
What's the difference between a writing desk and other desks? Generally speaking, writing desks are smaller, right? One of these big desks you might be doing like reading, business, other stuff on. A writing desk is going to be smaller, especially a secretary desk, which is designed to fold up in the corner. So you have a meeting at the big desk, where the secretary unfolds the little table at the side and goes scribble, scribble, scribble to keep track of everything. Because obviously, the person having the big important meetings at the big important desk isn't writing stuff down. That's the entire reason you have secretaries.
I would never have guessed. That was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I know that the Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Miss Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory.
Guys, this is the second time I've seen this in chat. You're not bad at Twitch. Twitch does a weird thing, where if you reply to a thread, a chain of multiple replies, it shows the topmost reply, not the immediate one. If you click on the ad, it's going to pop up the entire thread of messages. Y'all are actually doing Twitch fine. Don't worry about it. It's just bad UI design, because Twitch only has literally Amazon's money behind it. Small, independent company. What, Stefan, like a roll top? It's not certain. I may eventually inherit a roll top. It's not clear to me. It's also way too big. My grandfather's roll top, unfortunately, has passed away, but he had a gargantuan roll top. It's a little bit too big to move. So instead, I currently have an IKEA desk.
And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first protocol should be investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. Sounds like a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of?
We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck, hun.
No, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Bristol Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you got on, won't you?
I should have said a herb market, shouldn't I?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong.
Let's go. Let's go. We've got so many places to go.
I mean, I got to check. Let's see. Oh, yeah, seems to drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? Well, your questions be answered if only you would read this month's Rand's magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? Hey, it's a reference to the Dancing Man. Another actual Sherlock Holmes story. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little balls she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and the charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. The labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about being a filming artist with her experiments, you know. Just trying to find any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. I think that every one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go in it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. That made Susato-san angry as well. Oh dear. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heated up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Charles' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Perfect. Let's get going. I want to take her to Madame Tussauds. Because what could be better than the Waxwork Museum? Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Susato continues to be a mood. Just go and get gelato on the way home. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I could understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Well, that is peculiar, isn't it? Susato! Read all the things. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer stands leaving wide him to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash! Alright then, Snoot. Enjoy your supper. Right. If that doesn't render the cowboy conscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. No! Absolutely not! Ah, there's a step ladder there, look. Oh, yes, the step ladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that Show's left it out. The step ladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Twilight Alchemist, with 100 cargoes. Thank you for the cheer. The old policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be in the jury, though. I understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... No, Stefan, this is a waxwork whose arm got ripped off yesterday. You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says the Madame Tussbell's special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. What a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. Ryunosuke has lost the brain cell, chat. Ryunosuke has lost the brain cell. All is right in the world. I don't think anybody would be in doubt about that, surely. Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. So yeah, right, you are absolutely right, Agalize, that we should be thinking about this in terms of Jack the Ripper. Except that this is Jane the Ripper, definitely not Elizabeth Bathory. I have no idea what you're talking about. And this is just some random guy, not Jack the Ripper. I also have no idea what you're talking about. But yes, we should absolutely be thinking about this in terms of Rippermania and the, years, decades after Jack the Ripper's crime spree in the East End and the fascination with serial killers that provoked in Victorian London. Alright, let's indulge Shizato's excitement by going to the Crystal Tower. Now that we can actually investigate. Aw, Gina. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. Feels like it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Literal canon confirmation that he just handed off the brain cell. Chat. Ryunosuke just continues to do so much. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence in mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
There you are. I have feeling you'll be around before not too long.
Oh, Inspector Grayson, I see you're hard at work as usual.
One great to you. Are you been keeping well since last we met?
What's with all the ceremony? We just met each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman's so loyally at your side.
Oh, why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rougher on the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right. Well, as the young trainees do, mate. Wait, get over here, Gina.
She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. There's really something to be said about Victorian England's morbid fascination with serial killers when folks most at risk to be murdered by serial killers are lower slash working class folks, including sex workers. Gee, isn't it? It's almost like Victorian London is an incredibly classist society that has no regard for the poor, except after extensive and heart-wrenching social campaigns highlighting the atrocities that were committed under it. Who could have guessed? What's that? All that rosy, nostalgia-tinted Mary Poppins and or steampunk goggles sometimes miss the reflection of what is underneath. Class hierarchy. I know, Wolfie. I want fish. I've got stromboli for dinner, but I want fish and chips now. Maybe I'll just get fish. I've got chips. Maybe you'll just go to the store and get fish instead. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Or it's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep. I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Ooh, Wolfie. Ooh, Wolfie, get up. That is an idea. Because I am going to be in Britain for a month this summer. Maybe there will be a proper fish and chip stream. You can do what you can, but you can't ever capture the power of the Infinicon. I know. It's to my eternal regret that I can't have the Infinicon. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely. You're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. It should be right up my alley. Hey, chat. He's going to go catch Arsène Lupin. He's being transferred to Paris to go hunt down Arsène Lupin. Conferencing and then holidays and then eventually more conferencing. I'll tell you more about it later. Once I get things a little bit more locked down, I'm gonna, and I start to know what that means for the stream, I'm going to be letting you know. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose she's worried she'd slip back into slipping hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Arhado. I think he's worried about the Reaper. No, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Grayson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I'm gonna keep that diving diva safe and sound, until all this is over at least. Oi, did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So, you heard that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene, you can put them to my cable detective diva ear. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Puppy! Can we get a bless in chat? Chat, please. I wish to see the appropriate bless. For our good doggo. They have matching neckerchiefs. And also. Toby is an actual Sherlock Holmes reference. Inspector Toby, the old bloodhound that Holmes sometimes works with. He's adorable! Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable! Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not so lovely Inspector Grayson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. I've only just met him, but I would die for Toby. Understandable. I would die for Toby, and I would die for Wagahai. I would also die for, like, basically everyone else. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Yes, Toby. Yes. Yes, that was a reference, Kosek. When I don't remember the name of the case, but it's a case where Sherlock Holmes is out in the countryside, is chasing. There's like an old manor that most of the thing takes place at, and while he's investigating, he brings around a bloodhound, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume? I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Owen yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? Alright, Zoe. Enjoy food. We may be here for a bit yet, because I need one to finish this entire investigation chunk before we go. That's the one. That's why only them are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig as far as I know. What was his name? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It wasn't you on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to find out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, I always made things off of me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching something get in the deck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy bit was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he weren't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, set off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other curve, ain't he? And time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah! So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear, I do wonder if this isn't actually from all the fried food. So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking, got two eyes that don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, it didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry? Who? You know, the Scotland Reaper was always blowing down glass with that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Six. He's always in it for me, that cove. Didn't know he's always scouting about mine. Probably would be a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both. I suppose you're right, I thought of it like that. Rather put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone's begun dead set on finding the fishing engineer, but there seems to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? Where did you find that little map then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto! Slight of a reaction, don't you think? He ain't number, alright? Toby's, how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. He's so cute. Chat. He's so cute. Sorry? Again, a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Grayson, is he? Look at his little pads! Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police are cute dogs now? I've heard that they're being already used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're being used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. Till undergarments have been fresh in line for undergarments that haven't. That's nothing compared to this little Padawan. It's zooming! His tail is zooming! Oh, really? Going to what the boss said? Once Toby's got a whiff of your drawers, you can chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean you can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. Telling you all that, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing that bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders in a slot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. I do. The world would be a better place if the dogs were the one barking orders. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Toby for president! Toby for prime minister, we're in the UK, thank you very much. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, that's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrayned, I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. This is what we get when we make puns. Some nameless punk. First police dog in Britain was 1908. Good to know. Oh, the Crystal Tower. Can't believe I'm seeing it at such proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Otto? Oh yes, I found out I had to return to Japan and I was afraid I'd cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, grazing up at the magnificent tower. I know, but also wrong to curse my luck so harshly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Expedition has been damaged like that. Yes. Unfortunately, the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. I get the feeling that Toby isn't quite official though. How dare you, Agalias? Look at that tail! Going little zoom in. And he shall be official if he wants to be. This is Chief Inspector Toby slander, and I will not stand for it. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam, and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for you? It wasn't by studying alone. Incredible. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it'll be sudden death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. They use hydrogen, Susato. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. The stage out there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe, or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although if I'm honest, climbing all these stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. En explosiona. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrayned's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Morven Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
You now imagine Toby in a tiny balloon basket? Oh. Oh, I love. Alright, Stefan. Have fun. We appreciate you being here. We are close to... We are actually not that far off. We need to do a couple more examinations and then we can get to steampunk. And the greatest Sherlock Holmes deduction that has ever been seen. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in their time.
It's scrap metal now, isn't it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you. Magistrate, you know the deduction I am thinking of? And you know why I'm saving the steampunk for that deduction. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. If you want to know, you can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I'll give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team like you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I deal about the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum are about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future.
Magistrissa, I will talk about it with this. I think there is some reason for that. But remind me, if in my ramblings when we get to it I forget to mention it, please do remind me.
Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman.
Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Makotoba. Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand you will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Makotoba, I mean. It was many years ago, but yes, I remember Dr. Makotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. Sad. Ignore the canon. Chat! Chat, I reject this reality. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago. In fact. Makotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Makotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals, St. Sinner's, if I'm not mistaken. It just makes the shipping to an American audience slightly weirder. To a Japanese or European audience, there's like no problem at all. An American audience is a bit weirder about this. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Makotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. No, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Ryanosuke, can you not figure 2 and 2 together from this? What would Makotoba be running from around the birth of his daughter, or immediately after the birth of his daughter, that caused her to live with her grandmother instead of with her mother? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zayas, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you can say it was that very instant that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother Clint Van Zayas was murdered, it was just after young Burrock had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. Dead mother. Ace attorney, dead parent syndrome. It strikes again. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Rumors started to say that wherever Burrock Van Zayas went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So, Lord Van Zayas isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he's became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrayned's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. There's at least one who's a decent person. I mean, disappeared in shenanigans, but I don't know. Misty Faye's okay. She's not a bad person. She's not a very good mother, but she's a good person. Are you well versed in science then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. They'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now. I'm afraid my next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Alright, we've got a few different options. We have to do that, and we have to do, importantly... Let's do this first. Let's do this first. Importantly, we have to do this. Oi, that's what famous up there. Trusty Pappy again, stuff you got full of boss's fish and chips. Yes, please, I love fish and chips. Suppose we need special permission? Didn't we have special permission? I have special permission. I literally got it. Fine. Fine. Oh, fine. You're right, we have to talk to Gina. Or we can do this first. I believe this is it. Dr. Sai's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. Looks like the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Or... no, I feel like there's something I have to do. I feel like there's something I have to get up here first. Oh, well. Gina, will actually be able to investigate the scene again? Yeah, alright, if he's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, yes? I'm going to be playing with my new friend here. Oh, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume? I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. It's like I told Oda yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that whack. What's it called again? The special blah 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 blah. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the kid's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, I'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying this above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, there's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Down to the stairs, off we go. Oh nice, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right, or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What the extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrayned went to in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that... Lord Van Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sutton? Alrighty. He is the Reaper, remember. We do well to keep our distance with it. We have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Well, First things first. The cage. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage with the victim standing before he was apparently beaten through the air. That's right, the birdcage. I told Professor Harebrayned said in court, it's made of wood. Or, more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, what did you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly not the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. What they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? But before it opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage should have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device, isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. But I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to sit in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look while you're walking, you might fall from off the stage. I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Miss Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way. Now, Ottoman Empire. Let's go. Oh, isn't it exhilarating, all this different architecture from all corners of the world? It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's so subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with a wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really don't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. And the Ferris wheel. I hear that riding the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance will be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps we shall have to ask the heirs of Mr. Shows to come on it in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? Okay. Van Zeeks. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world window 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants are firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks? God, I love him. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. No, well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet, you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. No lead to which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo, you want to unless you try. Yes, immediately. So, Clint. Was it your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard when you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? He's actually not an ancestor of the Von Karmas at the corner. He's got the vibe. But not the reality. So tell me, what's your incident in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Jones is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrayned, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I realize it's probably not possible, but we very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from investigation 10 years ago. It appears he already had the black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you gave it to us. That's all. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So, why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Susato shook, chat. Can we get a shook? Because Susato's face and that owl are the same picture. You alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak to your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Thank you, Jet. Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? I don't believe it! Your posture, your presence, it can only be you! It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! too late. What's going on here? Quick, throw the boyfriend! Chat? Chat. I am very happy to let you know that Sword Boyfriend's death was bait. Y'all. Sword Boyfriend lives. I am so excited. Oh, I am so excited. He was too shippable to die. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Yeah, but Magistressa, it was also the most Shutakumi move for him to die in case 2 in a stupid way. Because Mia Fey. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. Don't worry. Pavlova's not in jail. She got extradited to America. To be in court with us? Now, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. You'd already met the masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak with him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Alright. Now, forensic lab. Let's look around at how unbelievably creepy this place is. A table and a set of sharp tools. When considered each in isolation, all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might not be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anyone concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? Does either have the cast iron ink constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell? Things in jars. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I bet they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it is perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh, so as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course. Yay, formaldehyde solutions. We love to see it. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Yeah, that's worrying. There's also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, I actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Chat? May we get another shook? That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mouse, Mr. Naruto. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that just sleeping with her eyes open. Yes, I think you were wise about something like your Dada medal on display in the office instead. I mean, the owl is... Again, the owls are indistinguishable. I get so much mileage out of Shook. Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case! The charwood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto? Mrs. Naruto. Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember from now on. I suppose this is Dr. Slide's desk. I love the desk. I love the stained glass lamp. I love the desk. I just wish it weren't, you know, here. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Miss Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Dada doll watching over me, but that's all. Well, was such a good tourist. In another book. Look at this big thick book here. Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? Must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know, judicial autopsies are carried out in certain special circumstances, and scalpel blades can be sharpened too. Chat, 500 scalpels is an absurd amount. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What are they possibly using them all for? What are you doing? No. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? What Stronghold told us to see, that was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Aspen's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. When we're done, you must leave immediately. God, her outfit is terrifying. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odiasman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid the explosion, and Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later promptly up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it were an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have switched made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evidence. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Chat, that means that contrary to the existence of Toby, we must be pre-1901, when the Scotland Yard fingerprint division was established. So, we are simultaneously in 1908 and 1900. I'm sure this is fine. But one day they'll be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was asked with investigating. Not trying conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This doesn't clear anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Mama, what is this? Ah! Well, where did she spring from? Ah. Ah. What is this early modern / World War I gas mask bullshit? Did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. I'm pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Really asking out how to... Mama! Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Clearly the doctor's fault. Oh dear, Miss Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Goodbye. No one for this or what have you got anything else to show me? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Gina, why should we investigate this thing again? You're alright. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'll be playing with me around here, blah 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 blah. Can't you do anything, Gina, in your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. Oh, look here, Mr. Soto. Oh yes, it was cracked and broken a little. Yes, and the height at which the balloon was flying down to the crystal tower below. Fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Is there anything else to examine? Can't go up there. Can't examine that. So it's gotta be present something. You stole the entire birdcage. You stole the entire birdcage. Me. If we're trying to bump into them, it could be trouble. Right, because the game is saying there's something else to do here. Right, the game is very clearly saying that there's something else to do here. And yet... There we go. Gina, have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down at everything from up there. I love high places, me. Really, if I'm honest, can't stop looking down at the ground when I'm high up. I always have to look up. Shame, I want to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now. Why not? What I'm gonna do is look up at the sky, and I ain't gonna be able to look down on you. With you, sorry. I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up in a balloon, to be honest, not my whole life. But I was starting to think I might like to. Well, that didn't help. Present everything. Mistress, if you remember how to not get myself unstuck from this part, that would be awesome. Because Gina says nothing useful and we can't go anywhere else. We didn't gain anything new. We don't have anything by the victim, we don't have anything by Drebber. Don't have anything else we can look at. It's just like, it's all just around. Because I have gotten myself thoroughly lost. Because it's like I need to do one more thing to get Sholmes to come back. In the meantime, let's stop at the prison. And we'll look at the prison. And, what's he doing? He's, oh my, the whole world's still covered in equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. In the meantime, let's talk to him and see if we can get anything else. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, who is this young lady? My name is Sutoto Makotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only my daughter find a woman like you soon. No. No. Chat, may we get a bonk for Professor Harebrayned? No, that's not logical. This makes no sense at all. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Harebrayned, what are you working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I suddenly struck my idea, you see, and simply had to write it down. That whole was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Oh, no, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrayned. I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Yes, please, Magistrate. I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? It's going to be a new serial complication for the next part 1, an odd birth and an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, do you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh yes, of course, I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled, out of pair of them! By Osman, rather than a Lufa engineer Drebber. Get a card from Harebrayned. Yep. Alright. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? This morning's thing. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized... Oh, right. Duh. Because you get the card that is written, or that has his business card. It has the oil on it represented to Gina. Yeah, I remember. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference whether you were or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrock did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing his case. No, Barrock wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? No. I think I understand now. Why was he decide to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean? After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not even lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrock, I'm sure the prosecutor would declare my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which has been a fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You really think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the whole kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he started to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier, looked at the paper and said my work verified all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Ow. Ow. My heart. So familiar. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few beastly pennies to carry on. Also, my heart. To get through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too broadened to believe. It is, I agree. That's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Trevor. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Trevor to meet me at my laboratory. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Trevor's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why did you mention this before? Every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Trevor's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Trevor there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, as in, I'm not sure you're going to want to hear this, but I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to attain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget the secret formulae and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Otto? Eau de machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfumist in Ohio. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you even know part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Trevor, for example? The man was... Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me a business card once. It's right here. Look. Let me see that. Throw it to the wind, why don't you? Greek interpreter reference? I agree. That's most likely a reference to The Adventure of the Greek Interpreter, another Sherlock Holmes story, which involved a blindfolded man in a carriage and a fake trip. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh, well, I can't say I'm surprised. So this could be useful. Thank you. That's literally all I needed. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Oh, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrayned mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses. Says it's specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expected that's just because there's such a tiny amount on there. Thank you. Move. Fermentation stage. Present. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. Oh no, A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. How come? There's just some dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out this is very high quality French machine oil. It's a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. Sure, I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right, you mean Toby? Let's go. This sense smell is so good you can track people over the oceans, can't you? Professor Harebrayned informs us the soil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Oh, the point! I think he's picked up a scent. So, you mean if he follows this scent of the oil, so we can lead to that dodgy kid's workshop? That's right, that's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. When did you... Once a pickpocket. When will we get to that Drebber's workshop? I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after the dodgy engineer curve right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard to the ear all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck, it'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got the all sent, have you? Come on, the boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before that dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Jones at this point? We have things to discuss. I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Matter Telescopes. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, I just told me all about his latest unusual venture. Let's try this again. Let's go. We are so close. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go straight home. By the confectionery, of course. Suzato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Ah! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruto, look at the waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Jones down to the very last detail. Aha! Oh, sorry, I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes, hello again, it's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Jones can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors. Do not disturb, eh? Poor Suzato-san, she looks very perplexed. Now, let's see what this is. Come now. Heavy curtains. Blah 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 blah. Boo. We shall immediately then disturb. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective at Waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Suzato-san! Suzato-san! At least he looks petulant about it. My most humble apologies. I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, but the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I have yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. But stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So... oh, name was Punk. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiate with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's the most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction, as such I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? But I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry young eyes awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Alright, Liz. Now then, but since you have some business with this great waxwork, I have a business with many things. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who drilled Professor Harebrayned and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer, quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. When you tell me the man's appearance, at least I may be in better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, but first, explain yourself. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Miss Narhado, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear, so then let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and it was apparently suffering from amnesia, but yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, but he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. The fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. Do you suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Narado? I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. It will be explained next case, Wolfie. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Miss Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken behind those thick curtains. No, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? Then be at 5 shillings. That's a special, one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, my lad. Would you like to see the fruits of my labour? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need to only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, I couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits beyond the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through these heavy curtains at last. Gonna make me do it myself? Just 5 shillings. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, he has junior here for us, using his special skills. Pickpocketing, police officers, and diddling detectives. Does this one make Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Grayson comes off rather well on that list, I think. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Miss Susato, I said we turn our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We most certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. My fate good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete, but never the great diddling detective was far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as that may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, sure. Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Miss Susato's voice tremble? This must be the killer, the feet known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tispel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. It looks as if it could start moving at any moment. If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there be some reason why only the head was returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? It wasn't meant to be made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? As though the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. Will glass from the Crystal Tower be launched inside this waxworks jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this wax bucket. Is it just a coincidence? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Spade? What a large shovel. He's loading it rather ominously, isn't it? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Susato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material, it's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo, it's a shovel. No, although we haven't considered travels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we can concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement? So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What's the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I think it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Chat. Exceptions to the rule. Let's keep that in mind for just a moment longer. But anyway, what would a man with a be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps I was trying to capture a moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. Let's just borrow this for a little while, I think. But looking at the photographic print inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? And one more oh-so-important thing. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Haru? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes? It's Enoch Drebber! The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved from my words, I believed. I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still waits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Aha! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the secrets in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever have really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. So, here we go with a whole bunch of lore. Nay, converse. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty, or were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his fifth victim, the killer was apprehended. It's a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber, he saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber? 10 years ago, the convicted professor had been gibbeted and buried emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly, but what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Just what was he up to? The professor's act of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumours about it. After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had, but in time, of course, the rumours abated. So, to the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlour tale. But why did people stop believing it? Right, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. Now, let me, Mr. Drebber, what's the flight of the police and newspapers? That appeared to be the only logical explanation. Yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It is rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer can really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Well, what the bleeding Nora, Otto? What have you got undone? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and said this is where you'd be, so... Gina! I'm not allowed in the museum. Madame Tussauds would have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think that might be a more pressing concern. I still have some flashback left from 6 months ago, so... Right, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. This is driving on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found the dodgy killer's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Well, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way over there at once. Alright then, see you there. Toby! You go, don't mind me. I'll just stand here being still. What? I know my place, in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. You once heard me if I were to say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, then that would have me pay. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. There's not a motive to leave, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, though. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Zotto. Right, let's go. Indeed. And as we enter this exhibit, I think we shall have our prepared note and then save the rest of this for next time because my throat is killing me. I simply cannot go on, and I'm afraid the next bit of the trial would be a little bit too short. So we shall look at the workshop, and we shall all collectively acknowledge that this is absurd, and will in fact only get more absurd. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed it appears so, though only a prototype naturally. Ah, so you got you then? Gina, well done for finding this place in such little time. You've really worked miracles. Is Debbie is the miracle worker? I thought your lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found things to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you, thank you. Anyway, if you want to snoop around here, I get cracking. More physics and the forensic investigation team are on the way here as we speak. Them again. Imagine you've got the picture by now. Don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellows, let's turn this place upside down while we have a chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They get even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. You may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right. As you can see, there is a lot to examine here. Most prominently, the complete absurdity of this. Clearly, as you can guess from the quantity of machinery, clockwork gears, etc., that we are going to be operating in quite the steampunk milieu. Enoch Drebber exemplifies this most prominently in that he is completely impossible, but we have plenty of people who do it, most prominently Iris and Herlock. So, if you don't know, steampunk is actually a specific response in the late 80s to increasing the increasing encroachment of capitalism, with its second wave starting in 2006. Obviously, there are some prototypes. We could think of the War of the Worlds, which we talked about last week in 1895, and Jules Verne writing even earlier than that. But realistically, 2006 is, I think, really where the story of this game gets going. Drebber is absolutely inescapably mid-2000s or later steampunk. It's super cool, actually. Right, on the one hand, it is extremely conspicuous, right? Like, there is really nothing that looks plausibly Victorian about it. It is described here as neo-Victorian or futurism. Which is fine, right? That's allowed to be what it is. By the way, I highly recommend this article. I don't agree with every take in it, but I agree with most takes in it. So, let me grab the link here and drop it in chat for your all perusement. Hey, and the music continues. Incredible. One link right there. So, right, this is super useful, I think, because steampunk, despite its Victorian trappings, as argued by Dr. Marler, is a specifically progressive thing. Right? Where is it? Right, is instead a form of protest against the closed nature of dominant post-industrial technologies with cold, sterile designs that evade non-specialist comprehension and that decidedly exclude tinkering. Right. So, and, you know, steampunk increasingly accentuates its multicultural, post-colonial, and anti-consumerist dimensions. So, here's what's important. I think this is super important to understand what it's doing. Right? I think it's super important to understand why it's in this game. Because this game is weird, right? The Greatest Attorney Chronicles is a game for the 3DS created in the mid-2010s, set in the Victorian age, using Victorian retro-futurist aesthetics as part of its historical milieu. Which is wild! Right? It's absolutely a wild combination, and if we're strictly looking at it as a history thing, as a representation of history, it's something that's very breaking, right? Certainly, it's hard to pin down, but, right, compared to the rich tapestry of real historical events from across the Victorian period we're using, it's weird. It stands out in a notable way. But I think this point of what steampunk does, and the way it uses history as a specifically modern commentary, is the point. Because steampunk in this game occurs in the extremities. In the highest of highs with Herlock and Iris, and in the lowest of lows with people like Enoch Drebber. And the entire rest of the middle is suffused with a relatively grounded, though very dense, Victorian tapestry. And so it's sparking extreme light and extreme darkness. And specifically, I think Iris is the key person here. Because Iris is 10. I mean, she's the child prodigy trope that Ace Attorney loves so much. But she's also a steampunk genius. And so she is this childlike, naive, optimistic innocence that exists in and through steampunk. And then there's this technological underbelly of extreme deception and violence, exemplified in this case by Enoch Drebber. And so it pulls both the extremes of London's brightness and darkness way exaggerated. And that's super cool, right? I love that. Because ultimately, right, a big thing thematically in Ace Attorney games is the fact that justice does prevail, right? That the truth will out, and through an almost naive optimism, a brighter future can be reached. And for a game that has its origins in a critique of the Japanese judicial system of the 1990s, right? That's what Ace Attorney is. It is a critique of the Japanese judicial system of the mid-90s, or of the early 90s. It's the same theme being drawn out in a completely different Victorian way. And the fact that Shutakumi is quite carefully using the steampunk aesthetics as a way to do that is super cool. It has a second benefit, of course, namely that it gives the player tools to solve interesting puzzles, right? Steampunk, being retro-futurist, lets you invent things to create interesting puzzles for the player to solve. So there's a super cool mechanical benefit. That is just also has a big thematic resonance. We'll see exactly how far that pushes in next week, when we see Sherlock Holmes' greatest deduction, and get to properly meet Enoch Drebber. So, unfortunately my voice is about to give out, so I shall have to call it here. But, this is what happens when you let me plan out thoughts, chat. This is what happens when you let me plan out thoughts. It turns out they're actually pretty good. But, this shall wrap up our today's stream. Big thanks to all of our patrons here who made this possible, and big thanks to everyone who followed, subscribed, hopped into chat, all that jazz. I hope you all very much enjoyed. If you did, please do consider following, spreading the word. We are 25 short of hitting 2,200 followers on Twitch. I would love to hit 2,200 before the end of the month. So please do spread the word if you think anyone enjoys this. See if we can't get them to follow, and chime in, see what the stream is like. We'll be back on Tuesday with more Forgotten City. I had a phenomenal time with Dr. Cole last week, so we'll be back with that, and I hope you all are excited. And remember, if you have questions for him, do give them to me ahead of time, or you can post them in chat during it, because it's going to be great. More time loops, more stuff. I've got some really interesting talking points, I think, coming up, so it's going to be so much fun. As always, thank you everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend, have a good rest of your evening, and we will catch you later. Alright? Bye-bye.